Strawberry guava. Good morning. What's up, everyone? There's no interview. Relax. I think we've blown out most of the call side here. Yeah, I know what everyone's saying. People were DMing me at like fucking 9:45. Like, I understand you quit, man. It's been 3 years. We're gonna miss you so much. It's like you guys can't wait to write my eulogy. I'm almost insulted. You seem well rested. Maybe you need to sleep more. No. My 2 hours of sleep a night is usually perfectly sufficient. Here lies Glorp. He died doing what he loved, oversleeping. Why are you conditioning us for your departure? What's that's crazy, Rims. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I full ported SHMP out of my anxiety that you took a better gig. What, do? Oh boy. Ban everyone. Thanks, Lawrence. I'll leave that up to JFresh when I make him mod. As we go on, we'll remember all the good times we had together. With the lyrics. When profit taking? Ooh, oh, on the call side? Probably a little while longer. We've kind of blown right into the top of the zero DTEs, but I think there's still a little more room to the upside. Um, Not much, but I could see us testing like 75. We've like right out of the gate this morning, we had the fucking call buying shit going on where they're buying all the out of the money strikes. So the algo is full tilt right now. We haven't quite blown through the top of Popcorn Trader's diamond top here. So that's something. Projoko, I just joined. I'll miss you too much. Kirk me. Uh I'm not going anywhere. Everyone needs to relax. I did get to close my Nvidia debit spreads this morning, which was nice. Nvidia going for 800 today? Sure, why not? Well, I will say the day after their last earnings didn't end well. You know, something was really weird about Nvidia is charm on Nvidia went massively negative last night. Like $500 million in negative charm, which was odd. It may not hold these prices. Um it may like pull back into the end of this week. This kind of happened at the last earnings back in November. Like it ran up a bunch the following morning, and then all the charm disappeared over the next couple of days. And the short dated calls closed and it tanked. I don't know if that's worth playing. Risky, because calls could come right back in, but there's a double gap to the downside. What was that spike on BNED and the PM? I don't know. That stock does weird shit. Looks like it tested 91 cents. Might have been some buying. Looks like it's getting a bunch of volume right now. Rivian's not looking so hot. No. I mean, the EV sector is just not doing fucking well right now. IWM doesn't look so hot either. Couple gaps to the downside here. Vol's starting to turn up a bit. Call buying hasn't really slowed down. Give me 1 second. What the fuck? Flattening out. Looks like in the money shit below 50/50 is falling off. We're getting a lot of calls taking profits there. Especially zero DTEs. I want to check the longer dated part of the chain. Yeah, not a lot of calls added here. There's almost no calls below 5,000 now. PMIs. So, data this morning wasn't particularly great. Chicago Fed National Activity Index dropped to negative 0.3 from the prior 0.02 and 0.1 below its forecast. Initial jobless claims came in 15K below expectations. Continuing jobless claims were down about 38K. The 4-week average dropped by about 3,000. So still a really strong labor market. And then S&P manufacturing was up a little bit, but services were down. Pricing was up on both PMI reports. And then existing home sales just barely beat. It was like 0.1%. Which is a bit better than last month, but probably a bad gauge because interest rates hit like the low at the beginning of, well, like into the end of the reporting period. I think interest rates hit their lowest point, so that probably spurred some home buying. That may not last now that interest rates are back up again in Feb. Is this bull pennant coming down? Maybe not. There's still room for it to run up to 75, which it looks like it's going to push for, annoyingly. Major puts. It's pretty fucking cheap. Hmm. Can I sell that? Let's see. Tesla's still red on the day. Apple's not up much. AMD went up another 6%. Looks like Google stabilized around 145. Google failed its test of 147 this morning. I should probably add to that. Hmm. SPX hitting 5100. Sorry, hold on. This week, or do you think Charm disappearing on Nvidia is going to pull us back under 5,000? Charm pulling back on Nvidia might see Nvidia drop. I don't think that's gonna force the rest of the market down. If you exercise a call and sell all the shares, would that reflect the same effect in Charm? In the money calls, yeah. But we wouldn't be tracking exercises on the same day. We wouldn't see that in that data set till the following day, I'm pretty sure. How's the options changed so far this AM? I mean, we've seen some calls pull back under 550 and sell off. But we're still seeing like a lot of mixed interest here at 65. God damn it. Yeah, so pretty strong resistance at 70. Big call wall there. And then resistance from 75 to 80. So it'll depend on how much this pulls back. As long as it holds 50, we should stay pretty bullish for the rest of the day, or like within this 50 to 75 range. Right now, at least, our chances of closing above 75 are pretty low. And some delta's starting to fall off. So yeah, I think whatever breakdown we get like over the next 30 minutes here, will determine a lot of the way the rest of the day plays out. And we're well above gamma neutral, so any drop should be fairly well supported. which means there should be some call buying opportunity unless we fail 55-50 or 50-50, sorry. If you exercise and call all the shares, I bought SPX 5030C for Friday yesterday night at 420. Now they're worth 39, but it was in my paper trading account. Please shoot me. I'm sorry to hear that. Fubo froze at 190 for 5 minutes. Mind checking tips? Is it being shorted to hold it at the current price? Yeah, I can see what the liquidity. It is. It is seeing a decent amount of shorting, and there's plenty of liquidity on it. So, I would say that we could probably see it fall back to the 175 level. Maybe even like 150. Like, yeah, there's more than enough liquidity on it. Beyond seems like it's starting to open up a little bit of opportunity here. Getting close to falling back below that $7 mark. The cost to borrow over there is pretty wild. I think like the prime borrow rate's up around like 20% or something. AMKBY. It's getting close to my purchase order. It's still about 50 cents off though. Win 52.50. We're not there yet. It still counts as a dip. We have at least 10% more upside. All right. Can NVIDIA continue this race till end of week? Maybe. Is it worth playing anything here? I mean, I bought a put. I think a put was worth playing here. I wish I didn't get stopped out of my QQQ puts, but whatever. I just picked up an SPX one. Is there a reason SPX continues to pump in spite of higher for longer? I mean, I think a lot of last night's pump was in an effort to get over the bearish positioning under 5,000 and try to drive prices up as high as feasibly possible during the after hours. There was still a lot of positioning left above 5,000, like especially between like 50 10 and 50 25. That's now back in the money, so we'll see if the push is just an attempt to rescue those positions. A lot of them, especially on the short put side, a lot of them expiring this Friday, like a shitload of them. So it may just be, you know, a way for like short vol to try to de-risk out of their short puts that they sold at 5,000 and 50 25. I suppose while we're up here though, it does offer bulls an opportunity to build up some longer dated better positioning that would offer more stability in this range. But right now it's pretty unstable. Most of it's just sitting up here on the back of like 0 and 1 DTEs. I don't think vol demand has really fallen very much. I know forward yield on vol slipped negative this morning, but barely. It's still a higher low Um, Forward yield on vol yesterday was positive. So we're very likely to move right back to that. I know yields haven't fluctuated down much. The 10 years at like 3 point or 4.31. Um, so, you know, none of the macro conditions have changed. PMI wasn't particularly good for that either. So this may just be like a kind of a way to rescue positioning. And then this may fail, right? Kind of like a sell the news type scenario. So, but we'll find out, right? If depending on how today plays out and tomorrow, if we slip back below the 5,000 level, it gets very bearish. There's almost no call positioning to the downside anymore. Right now, Fed fund futures are pricing in less than 3 rate cuts. We're at 0.74. So not a lot less than 3 rate cuts, but still less than 3 rate cuts. Yeah, I'm pretty far behind in chat, but I'm catching up. How far out on theta are you on beyond still? I'd still want like probably like 45 days. And that really depends. Yeah, no, I'd probably want about 45 days. Because it's been on Reg Show, I think, now for 7 days, which means six more trading days before there's any kind of forced settlement. And during that time, it can really get the shit shorted out of it. There's also earnings, which I'd like to get past. I don't really have very high expectations for them. Um, there's a very good chance they're just worse than the prior earnings. But I might get a little bit of positioning before earnings and then pick up the rest after. But I definitely want to buy far enough out that I'm not paying extra money for any like earnings IV. It's pretty easy. Still kind of turning around. Hmm. $75.80. Close. Those are still fine. I think I want to add to that. Okay. Let's see. No problem. Is this a god entry on good? If no position yet. Ew. You want to buy a REIT with a negative 462% payout ratio? Do you think that's sustainable? I think you meant Goog, but autocorrect. Oh, okay. It could be a decent entry on it. I like that it failed 47 today. That's probably a good sign. This, like, Google kind of ran up yesterday a bit, but it doesn't have a lot of supporting options interest. Like, the chain still looks shitty. It got like a little bit of momentum off of the big pump, but I don't think there's anything to support these levels. And there's still a shitload of sold calls at like 45, 47, 50, and 50. And it's, I mean, this morning's rejection was almost perfectly off trend, so I, I would probably be at least targeting like a downside test at 40. What's your thoughts on the Tesla floor for a bounce? Tesla does not look good. The fucking whole QQQ is up like 2% today and Tesla's down. I mean, it's just EVs are getting shit on everywhere. Tesla's probably the most overvalued EV company by a long shot, so I would say that they're probably going to get hit the hardest. Also, people hate Elon. Well, he's a crazy asshole, so they have good reason to. Boomers are trying to buy 3x bull ETFs on SPX. The top is in. You think we get an opportunity for my baby bulls to jump on this train? Yeah, I think there'll be another like bullish opportunity later in the day. If this doesn't fail 50. So if this breakdown that we're in right now, if it doesn't fail 50, then yeah, we should be able to get another like larger pump into the back half of the day. But if it does fail 50, there may be no pumpies. And there definitely may be no pumpies back to this level. So be careful with that. Like, make sure that we've found support and a reversal before going long. All these AI pump companies are just pumping endlessly. Yeah, pretty much. Its market share is infinite. if you haven't realized that already. How low does Elon need to Tesla need to go before Elon starts promising next gen Teslas will be kit from Knight Rider? They won't be, but they will be driven by your own robot. Guess you forgot to straddle the biggest overnight move of the year. I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna go with you're the one that forgot. This is actually one of the biggest moves of the last 250 days. 200 and I guess it's like 254 now or something like that. 'Whoever straddled yesterday is loving life. It was nice. This is why I just straddle every night. Because it's the fucking best. I did 2-to-1 call put on my straddle. Nice. I did shorter dated calls than puts. So I did end of month puts calls for this Friday. But 1-to-1, not 2-to-1. I'm paper trading straddles, and this saved a lot of my dead calls. This saved my dead leg at 5,000 from last Friday. And then it printed yesterday's straddle more than enough. Yeah, I figured if Nvidia beat, we were gonna rock it, and so I didn't need a lot of theta on the call side. But now I have free puts at 49.80. What DTE for a not poor but kind of poor individual? They're not. Yeah, they're not cheap. I entered. It was, let's see. 2 DT. Yesterday it would have been 2 DTE, and then 7, I guess, on the put side. And I entered them just before close. I usually enter them in like the last 15 minutes of the day or so. Straddling costs are nowhere near 1-to-1. Not always. I mean, sometimes it's pretty even, depending on how you leg into them. Sometimes you can catch like a breakout and get your puts pretty cheap, and then buy your calls on a rejection, and you can get some pretty advantageous entries that way. It helps. But more so when things trade flat the next day. If you get really big overnight moves like this, you don't really care. Like your one side of the straddle prints so fucking hard that everything else is just paid for. even with like next week puts, like next Friday puts, like the end of the month contracts. It's still, or I guess it's next Thursday. Is the end of the month next Thursday or next Friday? Next Thursday. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, even with those, and you have short dated calls that go almost $100 in the money. You're usually in a pretty good spot. How much percent did last night's calls get you? Give me a second. $282%. But the puts lost like $22. Just about. So I still have the puts, but they're worth like $8 a contract right now, which is kind of shitty. But that's still 100. Yeah, exactly. That's why I do it. That doesn't happen every day, but when it happens, it's worth it. What would have been a reasonable move for Nvidia after earnings? Flat until China's situation is made clear. That's possibly a risk people are worried about. I mean, the more parabolic their earnings growth appears to be, the more people are going to be worried about it not achieving those goals, right? Like if you really like look at Nvidia over the last week, it's only gained like 4% from its prior high, right? Nvidia went up $105 and my 800C weekly is at break even. That's gonna be a big problem for a lot of bulls. The IV crush was not favorable on the call side. And I don't think there were that many bears at all. So yeah, a lot of people were buying like $1,000 calls, $900 calls, 850 calls. The fucking OI at those strikes was sky high. I think there was like 30,000 weekly contracts between 1,000 and 130. And they were buying them at like $1 a contract. My 400p is worthless. I mean, it was pretty worthless before earnings. And not a single one made money. No. Debit spreads were good. That's why I told you guys about those and how to use them. Those were kind of nice. Debit spreads, inverse condors were okay. So those were some options to avoid IV crush. I mean, you limit your exposure. So if it did run $200, then you wouldn't have made as much money as everyone else, but you still make some without taking on that massive IV crush risk. Sinbad Sinworse, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Is it time? You ready to leave the pores and join us? Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I was in $700 calls for 21. I sold them this morning for 60. Too early, but really happy anyway. Nice. Now, if you were at the money, and you bought a contract that went in the money, for the most part, you should have done pretty well. The break evens were stretched, but like, yeah, 700 definitely would have printed 725, 750, but like 775 and up, terrible. And 750 probably just hit about break even. And fucking at the money calls were like 3,500. I went with about 20 debit spreads, 680, 700. And then I had 15 more, 700, 725 for this Friday. And premium cost on those was really low. And they benefit from the IV crush. I didn't hold out. I had the debit spread on the fucking stream account. I would have full ported $1,000 into that play. You would have gotten two spreads with three, maybe three. Straddled with TQQQ. Nice. Well done. Ah, Jesus Christ. Pump? Hold on. So we're done breaking down for now. Ooh. Yeah. Big pump. Give me a second. Out of the money call positioning's fallen off a little bit, but not much. Still range, still enough to test 80 on the chain. 75, 80. Okay, big bull trap. Interesting. You know, if futures fail 50-52 today, that's a breakdown in Popcorn Trader's favorite diamond top. Huh. Weird to see bulls get trapped at such a high price. Nvidia earnings greater than CPI Fed, apparently. I mean, yeah, we have currency markets and bond markets strongly disagreeing with equity markets, but here we are. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. Dollar is up against the pound, yen, and yuan today. Gold's pulling back a little bit. Oil's kind of supportive. HSI continued up last night. Nikkei's still rocketing because the yen's tanking. Let's see. Like, we have a little bit of bearish momentum left, but it should be kind of dying off now. Hmm. That's interesting. There's another pump. Bull trap, bear trap. Oil inventories came in a little lower. Was there a big internet outage problem earlier today? Fed Jefferson said, I'm not looking at one particular indicator. I need a body of evidence that would weigh in the direction of a rate cut. Okay, existing home sales were down 1.7% year over year. High mortgage rates, limited inventory, and rising prices continue to impact sales. Median price increased 5.1% year over year to 379,000. Seventh consecutive increase. Northeast 10%, Midwest 7, South 4, West 6. Inventories are up 2% from December, so more homes available. Represents 3 month supply is still below the balanced market mark of 6%. 28% are first time buyers, 32% cash sales. Average time on the market for a property is up to 36 days from 29 in December. Might have been solar flare or cyber attack. Yeah, it looks like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Wells Fargo, Google, Spectrum, X, Microsoft, Facebook, YouTube, and Gmail all had outages. Head and shoulders? Okay, yeah. If we fail 65 here, a lot more call buying on the second leg up here though. Quite a lot more. It was like almost the double, triple the delta of the first leg up that hit that bear trap. Out of the money call buying is still pretty persistent though. SCX 5300 or 4800 next. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, everything in like the macro kind of disagrees with with what SPX is doing right now, but it could disagree a bit longer. We still have unusually high vol demands. Like VIX contract in front is still wildly mispriced. Dollar's still up. Yields really aren't falling back nearly enough. So, I mean, financial conditions are getting tighter, which doesn't really support bullishness and like risk assets, generally speaking. So, um, you know, this could last a bit longer, but I don't think it's going to be persistent. Also, once the excitement from Nvidia earnings fades and people take profits, it's going to open up a lot more room to the downside. What happens when the boomers retire and remaining jobs become obsolete productive? Excuse me? Thoughts on Jimmy for the next 2 months? I'm thinking about selling my bags and taking the loss. Just wait till it tests Gamma Max again. If you're gonna dump your position, I mean, wait for a run. GME's got Q4 earnings coming up. It should beat. Russia's anti-satellite weapon is just like a big outer space EMP device. If they tested it, they would have just launched an EMP. He said productive. Yes, I understand that, Trash, but it's not a real word and I don't know what it means. Why can't Netflix decouple from the market and just drop? Well, it's pretty illiquid and also part of QQQ and SPX or SPY. Uncultured swine. The real question is, how will these Russian EMPs affect Carvana's earnings? I'd be careful with Carvana's earnings. Auto sales were way the fuck up into the last quarter of 2023. I definitely wouldn't play their earnings. Maybe after. Bull's gonna get a 75 test today. They'd like to. Yeah. That's a triple top on QQQ. Ooh. Do I want to sell more of those? Kind of do, yeah. What do I have to do to gain your trust and hang out one-on-one? Renounce all vendettas against me. Write me a letter of forgiveness for anything that may have occurred between me and your sister or mustachioed girlfriend. We don't have to get into specifics. I think that should do it initially. Then we can test the waters. Hey, Gork, win moon on what? What are you trying to? What are you trying to moon? I have a better question, Turd. Win XRT 68. Everyone should be buying calls like American patriots. If you buy puts, you're practically the KGB. Also, Jensen's leather jacket is now a national treasure. He saved the economy again. Love you, Gherk. It's just his lizard skin. Look at June expiry for XRT. The market's high on Florida bath salts. Yep. I can't do it. The hate is in my blood. Well, then we can't. We can't be friends, Rims and Tims. Biden video calls spread managed democracy like a true patriot. I think the truly patriotic thing to do is to buy Chinese subsidiaries and use them to smuggle chips into China. Like Jensen. Olive branch. Racist. Welcome back to Dillionaire Rims and Tims. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you. Well, you probably don't need me to get you added back. But if you do, let me know. What's up, Nuke? Jensen is Yakuza? He's not even Japanese. If a baby whale is navy blue, are the two nukes related? Let's not talk about nukes. All right, we don't need a DOJ investigation so shortly after shrimp. How is 2 billion beat added 300 billion in market cap in less than 24 hours? Don't question the bullishness. I think he's Taiwanese. Red Ranger. I'm pretty sure. But he grew. I think he grew up here. He like moved here when he was like 10 or some shit. 16 months, Gherk. Almost enough time for two babies. Twins? 18 months you'll officially have been impregnated. How big of a position on shrimp did Nvidia disclose? Obviously none. Otherwise it'd be like $4 right now. You think 5065 is the top here? It's hard to cross, but it's not necessarily the top. We could definitely test 70. Jensen would never skirt the law by dealing directly with Chinese subsidiaries. These Saudi, SA, Lebanese, Indian, and South Sudanese AI startups are obviously the next big thing. Absolutely. Do twins take 18 months to bake? I don't know. Ask a ask a obstetrician. That's a weird word. Obstetrics. Why is Riley mooning? I don't know. They got sued yesterday, so that's probably why. They're called babyologists. Is shrimp still a next generational wealth exchange opportunity? Yeah, it's an opportunity for you to exchange your wealth to the CEO's family. Imagine being Taiwanese and smuggling AI chips into China. That'd be like US representatives getting their intelligence from Russian spies. Calm down, McCarthy. So many opportunities in the stock market to make charitable donations. I did have ramen last night. No, I didn't get an itch around. I went to Minka in the village. In a nutshell, AI shrimp will revolutionize our oceans by finding a way out of their land incubators. See if they have like spicy miso. That might be kind of good. If you want spicy. I can't believe I saved up day trades for today. I can't believe you did that either. No problem, Poopy Pants. You could go sell side trash and then you don't have to worry about it. You ever do that? You ever just, I'm going to sell options today? I like to put on my Kenny costume. Yeah. Doesn't use day trades sometimes. That's illegal. Okay, well, just don't tell the FBI. Did NVIDIA put the artificial in AI? One does not simply sell an option. It's actually, I mean, you kind of do. Too late. I'm already speaking to their manager. I'm really like having kind of like a panic attack, imagining Poopy Pants getting ramen in whatever fucking Midwest state he lives in. Indiana or some shit. You know what's underrated? Tempura. Is it? I don't think I've ever heard anything say anything bad about tempura. 100% said Ohio. Okay. That's still concerning. What if he orders ramen and a bowl of pho comes out? That's why would you say that? I haven't been to. I've never been to Japan. Popcorn. I'd like to one day. I'd really good sushi in the middle of nowhere in Germany. Okay, but that seems acceptable. A sushi chef in Japan, trained under a sushi chef in Japan for 10 years. Otherwise, it would have been sketch. Germany has oceans. My manager asked me what my career goals were yesterday. I told him I didn't have any. Is that the right answer? I should get a promotion now, right? Absolutely. Yeah. If I was a mid-level manager, I would only promote people with no ambition. Right? Then they can't replace you. Go to Japan before inflation ramps up and everything starts to cost a reasonable price. According to the engineer who designed the Cybertruck, they're not rusting. It's just like some marring of the surface that washes off. I can see you settling down with a nice Japanese woman and just trading the yuan for the rest of your days. Why would I trade China's currency? It doesn't do anything. Some of the best fajitas I ever had were in Munich. Chef flew in flank steak from Texas every day. They don't have cows in Germany? Hmm. Maybe. Maybe I was Willie. Questions about playing the earlier bull pennant? If you were to play it, what would have been your entry signal for puts and calls? What bull pennant? On SPX? Are you talking about this? Because the rest of the day's been flat as fuck. So 950 broke up 1030. That's not really a bull pennant. If you're talking about this is just consolidation. Like, pretty drawn out consolidation, too. I I wouldn't have played that. Sauce Pits, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. This one I might have played. But I wasn't awake. I don't live in Ohio. Oh. But the proteins. How? They all come from the same place. Pro tip, learn a couple phrases in German and you'll get free treats. Or just be a girl. Hmm. The latter one might be more advantageous. What kind of free treats? What? You see BA remove the 737 MAX program lead without doing any research. I assert he is a scapegoat for the problems originating from corporate greed. Sounds about right. I think I should sell some CCs on my GME. I'm not keen on holding the stock for much longer. That's on expiration and strike. Weeklies, 10% out of the money. If they're worth anything, you might have to go closer to the money to get any kind of decent premium. Is it as simple as it broke up, so I'd buy a call? What, like this morning's one? Yeah, pretty much. Probably would have bought a call on the candle that broke up above the trend. Might have gotten stopped out kind of quickly, but maybe not. The rest of the move up had some fairly low range on the downside moves. That that might have stopped. There's a couple places you could have gotten chopped up here, like here and here, but if you made it through that, then you would have been able to ride it pretty much all the way to the top. And partially positioning too. This morning there was a lot of call interest at market open at like 550, 555, 560, 50, 60, sorry. So, it would have looked like a continuation to 60 had a fairly high probability. And yeah, I would have taken a call there. Also, filling the gap so soon after market open is really rare. Like usually you get a lot of stability and like a move up or a couple moves up before you fill a gap like that, especially one that big. Or you get an entire day where you trade above it. Do we have any more data today? Let's see. Oh, we have a 30-year tips auction. That'll be interesting. The current 30-year tips is trading at 2.177. Huh. Well, it's the inflation protected security, right? If it comes in above 2, that's pretty bearish, right? That means the bond market thinks that our long run rate of inflation is going to exceed 2%. It doesn't get auctioned very often. Like the 30-year tips auctions are pretty rare. Someone's dumping a ton of Nvidia. Yep. Moody downgrade coming in with end of week downgrade to kick this off. Fuck, I don't think we could. I think if we got a rating downgrade, yeah, that would be bad. That would be really bad. But we don't have like the budget thing coming up until end of the month, right? When's the next congressional budget hearing that they still haven't decided anything on? Is it March or is it the end of this month? It's next week. The government's constantly shutting down because we haven't passed any kind of appropriations bill in 4 months. I have some puts right now. I also sold calls. So a double bear. Let's see. I sold those. We have a bit of a breakdown on longer time frames here. That's kind of not looking so hot. Man, fucking forward returns on call positions are not looking good. I need Dork. Is Dork around? I fucking Dork's on like work release or something right now. I hope I have enough theta on my fucking end of month spreads. Futures diamond top, don't scare it. It actually is. I know this looks like a fucking mess, but it actually, like a rejection here that fails 50-50 is, it's actually a confirmation of a diamond top. Yeah, we blew out the bull confirm. I don't need these anymore. Probably looks better on the 1 hour. Yeah. We could still stay up here for like another day though, without actually failing. Because like a breakdown could be, yeah, like ended tomorrow or end of day tomorrow, even. So diamond tops, yeah, we meme really hard on them, but they're generally considered super bearish. They just haven't been because we've been literally pumping to the moon. So the last couple of ones that we've had have broken up to new all-time highs. But yeah, I mean, TA doesn't tell the future, but the probability of diamond tops breaking down is usually really high. Lower on indexes. The biggest issue with them is that they tend to be like a big reversal signal. So either they they break, like they break either way, like any technical formation, but the breakouts tend to be very very large, or breakdowns, right? Is the diamond top negated if we break up? Yeah, if we break above like 50-90 on futures, it would be. Usually the 1 hour, or the, I mean, you could even go out to the daily, um, which is arguably a little bit better. But basically, you get like a channel down. You get a channel up into a channel down, and then that forms your diamond. So you got a like 4 point test. What's really funny is all of our lows have been gamma neutral, so you can just see the progression of gamma neutral over time. Still think this breaks down a bit. Momentum's kind of flat right now, but we could pick up more downside momentum off of this. So like this would be kind of like the initial breakdown here. And then we might like retest and then break down further a little bit later in the day. But we probably need like 30 or 40 minutes for momentum to kind of pick a direction either way. Right now it's just kind of flat. Momentum on NQ isn't so flat. It doesn't have as many periods of stalled out momentum as SPX does. So NQ may dump before SPX, or it may pick a direction before SPX, which might be worth paying attention to. So I'm saying the diamond top should peak out at the tips of the diamonds. I mean, that's like an indication that vol is increasing, but we kind of already have that, right? Most, like, if you look at it, most of the upside wicks are pretty big, right? Like this one's huge. The downside wicks are pretty large also. So like if you, it depends on how tight you draw it, but um, ugh, God, it's hard. Hold on. I'll try to do it with this, but it's gonna be fucking sloppy. Like that, right? And that's kind of true on the upside as well. I did one last night without all the shit on the screen, but so yeah, this is where you'd be looking for it to kind of poke through this range, right? And then if it fails that, that's when it would like drop. Oh, sorry. I fucking moved this. Hold on. It keeps trying to like lock to the fucking candle. Stop that shit. So see, you do have breaks outside of the trend. That's as close as I can get it because it keeps trying to lock to the candles, but it should be a little lower over here. I mean, really, they're just a risk. I mean, it's just like it's just for visualizing risk in the range, right? Like if this breaks up from here, you want to cut shorts, go long, right? If it breaks down, you want to cut long, go short. It doesn't predict the future. It just gives you a range to trade, right? No. So we could actually trade flat at the top here for today into tomorrow and then fail. Like Monday. Yeah, so it's not it's got some time. Who's the genius who invented trading in the future? Anyway, let's see if we get some more downside momentum here. It's starting to look a little bit favorable. And call delta is weak. So we're not getting another pump. Or at least right now. That's usually a pretty good sign. Still need to fail 50 to see any significant downside though. So whatever move we get down, we'll have to pick up some serious momentum in order to break that call wall at 50. Otherwise we just get hung up at 50, probably bounce back towards 75 by end of day. There's not a lot of support below 50. There's a little bit, but not a lot. Yeah, but bulls aren't buying right now. So you don't have to worry about pushing higher. What you have to worry about is stabilizing towards the end of day when gamma starts to expand and like 0 and 1 DTE calls have way more impact on the hedge. What if tips prints a tail? What do? I mean, it shouldn't print a tail. That'd be weird. Well, that'd be scary. I mean, it's already at 2.1, so I mean, that would mean that the 30-year estimated like rate of inflation is in excess of more than the Fed's target, which would be a problem. Or at least the bond market would think that, yeah. I mean, the bond market considers the 30-year inflation rate to be in excess of the Fed's target. AT&T finally providing phone service again in Chicago. Oh, okay. Nice. You guys ever, I mean, not to be too tinfoil hat, but you guys ever notice when the market makes crazy moves, all kinds of shit breaks? Yes, every time, right? I miss when you went all tinfoily more often. I'm sorry, Odoristan. Why is that? I don't know. But it's been going on as long as I've paid attention to markets, which is most of my adult life. Have you ever noticed when the market goes crazy why the earth is flat? Those aren't the same thing. Since 1987, literally no one cares. I know. It's just funny. Like the market's very good at like forecasting things that, should be a complete surprise. Like the 1% pump right before Nvidia earnings were announced. Sure, yeah. Or like the big sell off in Israeli tech stock right before Houthi like the Hamas like started their terrorist attack. Stuff like that. I mean, the assumption is that somebody knows in advance, right? And they're leveraging that information. But yeah, someone always knows. Like shorting Boeing as this plane is headed towards the ground. Little bump in Delta here. Not big though. So we should get some positive momentum for a little while here. So I don't know if we'll retest the high, but close to it. That can last for, oh, maybe like 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. You know when I bought a lot of AMD leaps when it went under 100? Oh, you mean when I told everybody AMD's definitely going to go back to 108? And I didn't hold those. Sad. Yeah. I remember that. I remember that NVIDIA play or AMD play. It just kept dropping. And everyone was like, fuck you, Gherk. AMD's never going back over $100 again. Remember we shorted NVIDIA at like 200? Yeah. I remember being up 30% going into earnings on all my puts and not selling them. But at least I shorted AI before it was AI, right? I remember when you said AMD was going to 60 and you were selling deep in the money calls on your shares. That shit was fucking awesome. So you were early and wrong on which? I wasn't early. I mean, I was buying AMD leaps, so it wasn't exactly early. NVIDIA? I mean, I was just wrong. I was actually, well, the reason I shorted it, I was right about, but I had no idea that there was going to be. I mean, no one knew anything about AI was going to be coming up, right? I thought they were just going to miss their fucking earnings again, which they did. So I was right but wrong, which is rough. Aren't leaps the definition of being early? Kind of. Well, I mean, that's the point of them. I didn't know Jensen was going to say AI 87 times in that earnings report. Or that it would matter, right? How about Jensen smuggling chips? Well, that seemed pretty obvious after the second earnings when they started trying to block their chip sales to China. Esruff was right on time. Thanks, little G Wagon. QQQ quadruple top. Close. Welcome to Dillionaire Sauce Pits. Hit me up on the Discord if you can't figure out how to get added. I'll DM you the information. Thank you so much, man. Beyond is doing something. Ooh. Oh, I don't like that. Hmm. Nope. Still gotta wait. Curious though. Hmm. 630. What was the low for today? 7. Still net shorting on it. Dude, is Beyond gonna do some like fucking crazy shit this time around? Gamma Max is at 1283 right now. Hmm. So like a big move on Russell. Hmm. Ah, wait. Jesus fucking Christ, Meta's up 4% today. CrowdStrike moved up $17 overnight. Dude, this stock is going fucking wild. 45 to 345 to 273 in 4 days. And then 273 back to 310 over. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Anyway, that's getting pretty volatile. Netflix 286. Tesla kind of turned back up. There's GN on Tesla. 196 is resistance. $191 is delta neutral. So I bounced off DN. Yeah, I wouldn't short Tesla unless it failed 191. Looks like that upside momentum push is kind of starting to die off a bit. Crowd used to have OPEC cycles? Yeah, it did. Is there from a BNAD? Nope. Would you mind doing a small summary of the thesis? I think that they can get their business to business sales online quickly enough to start generating stable revenues and start paying off their debt. I think they have a pretty decent plan and they're wildly undervalued. They might fail at executing that, and their liabilities are only racking up, so there's a chance if they do fail that they go bankrupt. But if they succeed, and the legislation being pushed forward creates a favorable environment for their book sales to students, where students are automatically opted in to programs where they buy their books directly from them, then I think they could drastically increase their revenues. Also, their sales team's been doing a really good job getting universities signed up for that program. So I think if they are successful and they continue to cut costs the way they have been, their earnings should continue to be pretty positive. They'll have some, slack probably in the back end of the year, where revenues drop through like the spring and summer semesters, but I still think they're like second half quarters will be profitable, so maybe like a little seasonality in that. I mean, they had 66 million in free cash flow last quarter, and the company's fucking valued at like $40 million. So I have some options, just like speculative. They're super cheap, but mostly shares. It's a lot of risk. It's definitely a big risk, but the reward potential I think is quite high. Still undervalued, even if not automatically opted in scenario two. Well, that's harder for them, right? And then they'll have to do a lot more to prove like profitability before they can pick up any kind of multiple. Most of the loans they got though were just pandemic related, so I don't think that the management's really fucked anything up too badly. This is no one was going to school for a fucking year and a half, right? And that hurt, especially right after they IPO'd. It doesn't have leaps, which is kind of a problem. I think the latest expiration's October. I just, I mean, that's my thesis on BNED for the most part. I was reading through previous earnings, and it seems like a good C-suite. Yeah, I don't think it's mismanaged in any way. Just bad timing. Shit happens. That doesn't mean they can't survive it. And if they do, right? If they do hit that track for profitability, they start getting their debt paid down. Their cash flows are quite promising. Once everything's digitized, they shouldn't have a lot of overhead. So like capex will drop, cash flows will pick up. I mean, I don't have a ton of money in it, but some. Did you buy shares and options before the drop from $2? Yeah, my cost basis on it's like zero right now. I think actually with my last buy-in, I think I'm at like 20 cents a share or something. But yeah, me and Dork were in it like before it went to $2, and then I sold in the money covered calls. It's different Barnes and Noble, Sinbad Sinware. So the one like the Barnes and Nobles that's at like malls and in shopping centers, that's a private company. That's separate from this. This is their like, so if you've been to a university that has like a campus Barnes and Nobles, that's what this business is. I I know a few universities that have them. I think Yale has one. I think Columbia has one in New York City. Um, I think USC has one. So Barnes and Noble's education, BNet, yeah. Ohio State has one. Okay, lots of Texas universities. They're on like 1,200 campuses or something. That's where I worked, campus bookstore. Oh, okay, so then yeah, that was BNet. But that's yeah, but that's not the bookstore that's at like a mall. It's a separate branch of the business. William and Mary has one. No, still choppy. Not a lot of positioning changes. Surely NQ breaks up here. I don't know. Maybe upwards consolidation's not really all that bullish. It's like a lot of volatility above the 65 strike. There's call interest at 70s. There's still a lot of call interest at 70. This is the second test of that futures trend. I feel like Nasdaq's going for its previous all-time high. Has it not hit it yet? Oh shit. Yeah, Nasdaq's still got like another, or NQ still has like another $140 before it hits its all-time high. It seems to just have a bit of a problem with 1800 though. All right, upside momentum should be starting to get tapped out again. Unless we get another big surge of buying. My puts are screaming. Why are you sitting on puts? Don't buy puts until you get a breakdown. Stop trying to be early. Just confirm a breakdown before you get into puts. I mean, it doesn't really matter if SMCI ran harder than NVIDIA. SMCI's total market cap's like 52 billion. It's irrelevant in the scheme of things. VN's about $10 away. Yeah. VN's at 5081. Although VN shouldn't really be a resistance. At least not an important one. Can you draw some lines on SPX? Sure. This is doing weird shit again. Do I want to sell more of these? No. That's enough. Yeah, we're not adding a lot of upside positioning. We just have a lot of support at 60. 4 fucking Fed speeches after tips. Fuck my life. Yeah, I feel like if we're gonna get a breakout and test like the 75, 80 level, we probably do it in advance of the auction, right? It's going to require a lot of buying right here, but they've already pushed it up like right to resistance, so you figure that they'll push for the breakout going into the auction. Or they'll just take profits on calls before going to the auction. Could we get VN, GN lines? Are we so far past them they're irrelevant? We're pretty close to VN. VN's at 5081. Although this really shouldn't act as a resistance, it's just harder to sell puts above it. Do you have regrets about closing the SPY 12,000 C for a loss? I still have like 20 of those. No, not really. I closed the one on WeBull because it kept fucking up my P&L every day. That was super annoying. What in the holy name of IV is this 45 DTE 450 put on SMCI that costs $5 for a 50% drop? It's almost like there's a lot of volatility. So I could short SMCI and make $500 if it drops 50% by mid-April. Or I could buy a put for $500, make no money, lose my premium, and it goes 50% in that same time span. I'm pretty sure if you had a $500 put and it went in the money, you would make far more than the premium on the put. If you bought it April 19, 500, it's $720 right now. And if it went in the money, you would 10x, 12x. Depends on, well, somewhere between 10 and 3x, depending on when it dropped. A nice big breakdown here would shake plenty of calls. I think if we get a big breakdown here, it's because a bunch of calls sell off. Like, there's no puts. So either we get a lot of sold calls above 70, and that crushes the gamma, or a bunch of calls just take profits. So generally, like those big breakdowns that we get at resistance, where we do get like a big reversal, and then V back up. Usually these are profit taking. Due to call selling. Sometimes, rare, occasionally, depending on risk and stuff, they can be short puts closing also. But it's usually one of those two. And we don't have a lot of short puts near the money right now, so it's more likely to be due to call selling. So what happens is like they start selling calls and they sell more calls and they sell more calls. And these are bulls that sell the calls, not bears, right? Like call selling is a bullish position. But they sell the calls and that crushes the dealer gamma. And so then the dealer just dumps their gamma hedge. and that causes everything to sell off, and then a bunch of calls get stopped out, right? And then they all buy the bottom again, and we rocket back up. Yeah, you'll have pin risk. So you will have risk. I'll do it. I'll buy puts for all of us. Don't sacrifice yourself, trash. Unless you're just buying puts because you have a 50-75 call. You think there might be some bears at 18020? Yeah, there's. It looks like there's a little bit of sell side liquidity up there. Although someone's still slapping the bid at 1800. Call selling is a bullish position. Yeah, technically. Can you play Amazing Grace for Trash's Sacrifice? No. Where do we see this thing closing around today? 50-50, 50-75. Either one of those two is very possible. Most of the market maker hedge is down around 50-55. Like they're not making a lot of the market up in this range, but if we drop to 50 and V back, that'll probably shift higher. So there is a chance we close at these levels. But I will say that we're approaching the end of like that like upward momentum that we spoke about roughly 30 minutes ago. And so there is a chance that we see this shift down now. It may not drop a lot, but I would say that there's like 15 $18 worth of range maybe. Don't you own a bunch of AT&T? Yeah. You think you can make a call for me? I still don't have service. No, there seem to be outages everywhere today. There was like a news report about it. A bunch of like cloud providers and telecom companies are having issues. Unless, hear me out, they just buy the dip with their infinite money. No. They will, right? Like I'm not saying they're not going to buy the dip. They definitely can buy the dip, right? So like say we pull back to like 56, right? And we break down out of this consolidation, they're very likely to buy the dip into the end of the day. The only way we don't see the dip get just the fucking shit bought out of it is if we lose 50. Then we could drop more substantially. There's very little support sub $50, like 50-50. So then it can like the hedge can slide down. But I would say the most likely scenario is they do in fact buy the fuck out of the dip. They close all of their sold calls that they're selling right now, and price action reverses back. Sauce is at 50 for the meatballers. Yeah, yeah, we got sauce at 50. Actually, sauce is at like 5,000, I think. Hold on, let me check it. There's probably like a fall off at 50. Yeah, sauce is down around like 5,000, 49.75. Shelf is at 5,100. I want to buy a 5065p. You should have done that when we were trading at 5070. I mean, it's not a bad play, but you need to stop. Probably a tight stop. And then you gotta worry about bounces at 60 and 65. Since global market cap has increased like 500 billion today, is RRP going to zero tonight? No. I hope meatball sauce is taught in finance school at some point. I mean, it's just a different visualization of the gamma chart we look at anyway, right? It's not really anything special. I was gonna do that, but my entries are doo-doo, so my stops get hit easily. You might need wider stops then to make up for. You need to account for your shitty ability to enter positions. You're probably making a really common mistake, which is you're buying in before confirmation, which is a really bad time to buy. Or you're buying in like before the resistance like is tested, right? So you're probably buying here, um, or you're buying here. These are terrible entries. You want to be buying here and here for the put side. Do call side. The same price action? Yes. You would buy a call here or here. This would get stopped out, obviously. But this one you can make profit on. That's kind of a shitty entry though. Like those aren't really like these entries on calls aren't very good. That's like a really quick scalp, and honestly, it's something you can play on futures a lot better than you can play on SPX. Like you can make money on a bracket order on futures here, right? Because you just have stop at the money, and then you move your stop up with a price action. But on SPX, like the only really good call entry is here, and obviously it would get stopped out. But if it didn't, right, and it broke up, so that's what you're trying to play there is a breakout when you enter that against resistance.
A better call entry would be if like that got a continuation. So say you get this and then you get that on a reversal. That's a good call entry, and you just put a stop like right at the money. You hope you don't get blown. Like sometimes you'll get blown out on volatility. Like the next candle will open, wick through your stop, and then rip. So you can. I mean, it's up to you how much risk you want to take with an entry there. But that can be like that. That's like the V entry, right, where you get the V back up. If you want to take less risk, you would enter here. Once the reversal's already confirmed. I mean, I think on SPX, like a really easy way of handling swing hedges, if you're like I'm gonna buy puts because I think SPX is gonna fail this top and drop over the next 30 days, right? Um, a really good way to hedge that once it starts dropping is to just buy out of the money debit spreads. They're usually really cheap, and then you can buy them on tests of like SPX WGN or SPXGN, where your probability of a bounce is really high, right? And then, if it reverses, it's going to reverse hard as fuck, and you're out of the money you're out of the money, like debit spread is going to print. If it doesn't reverse, your puts keep printing, right? And you just close the debit spread. But a lot of times, you can do that with like $200-$300 worth of premium, like total risk. And if your puts keep printing, you don't give a shit, right? You're gonna make that money back a couple dollars below spot, right? And if they don't, right, and it does reverse, you can have like a 25 wide spread to the upside for a couple $100, and you make all of your put premium back. So yeah, say your put was like, say your put's like 5,000. You need two of those in order to hedge it off. I'm not convinced. It sounds wildly irresponsible. I had 5,000. I had 5,000 50 25 bull call spreads. They were they were cheap as fuck. Because I mean, what else was gonna happen if Nvidia beat, right? We were at least gonna test 5,000. But having multiple stops, responsible bad joke. Oh, realistically, any chance markets go down for the next few weeks due to seasonality, to government shutdown. I mean, seasonality is not real. I can. I mean, I think Jay Fresh already. Let me see if he still has it up on his Twitter. Um, no, like a few days ago, he posted a. Nice chart of S&P seasonality. I can't find it. So many AI images. Did he DM it to me? Anyway, seasonality's bullshit. If you look at seasonality on the S&P over like 100 years, it just looks like a Monte Carlo simulation. Government shutdown can affect things. If we get a government shutdown, the chances of Moody's finalizing that downgrade on US debt definitely go up. Isn't there resistance at basically every $5 level? No, not really. That really depends on positioning quite a lot. Is SPX currently at a good spot for a short entry? I'd be careful. There's a binary event coming up that definitely presents some risk in 7 minutes. This has just started breaking up now. One p.m. It's real, Gherk. That's why February has been so red. Yeah, it really has. U.S. pharmacies nationwide report outages due to a cyber attack. Nice. I wish they'd cyber attack the SPX right now. What do you think about Carvana earnings? Up or down? Auto sales were pretty high in Q4, so their earnings might beat. There's a chance their earnings beat. A lot of dealers started pushing more incentives. I think Carvana was pushing some incentives too. So, yeah, they might have pretty good sales. I don't know if their revenues will be great, but their sales might be up. I combined a seasonality chart with election year averages and overlaid my dollar parity chart. It's still 1-to-1. Nice. Headed to the Gulf tonight to buy some SHMP with my shrimp winnings. Oh, Jesus. What did you tell us to full port 50-50, 1 DTE, 10 minutes before close yesterday? I mean, I said I was straddling. Because I didn't full port 50-50, 1 DTEs. I mean, most of the positioning of the upside was kind of around 50-25. So, I mean, even last night at close, I wouldn't have projected 50-50. There was nothing up here. Are there any good cost CSP targets for income generating pores? I've had success with Beyond and Fubo this year, but with earnings coming up next week, I don't want to mess with them for a while. I mean, Beyond's unlikely to stay below $6.30 for very long. At least right now, even with bad earnings. Fubo, I don't know. That'll depend. Still a lot of liquidity left on Fubo. I mean, it's got to be something that you want to own. Not that I'd ever want to own Beyond. But yeah, I mean, generally the best CSP targets are things that you actually want to own. There's calls beyond 75, just less of them. But moving up to test 75 before the auction was pretty much in line with expectations here. And I'm not too surprised. We'll see how the auction turns out. I mean, that'll tell you if we're gonna move up further or not. But yeah, I think you're thinking about CSPs the wrong way. If you just want income, sell spreads, right? CSPs, the wheel is not that great of a strategy, and if you're poor, you really don't have enough money to implement it effectively. Like the wheeling really requires large amounts of capital to do it successfully for long periods of time, and the returns on it aren't that amazing. They just have a higher probability of being right. um Something that wheeling 2% gains on my $300 port isn't gonna help me retire. I mean, probably not anytime soon. Short strangle is better. I mean, they can be because you're maximizing stagnating price action, like your profitability on theta. But no, I mean that carries a lot of the same risk. Those aren't really incomes. Like CSPs aren't really an income strategy, right? Like CCs are beneficial on something you're long on anyway because you're long on it. CSPs are beneficial on something you want to buy because you can get it at a discounted price and make money until the stock hits that price, right? So you're not leaving your money in limbo, but as a income strategy, they're shit. You could end up quickly buried under a massive drawdown and then just never ever recover from it. The auctions right now. So 30-year tips 2.175 before a $9 billion auction. I mean, to get the data, like a couple minutes. bid to cover 2.43, actual 2.2. So yeah, 30-year tips printed a tail. Fuck, on a $9 billion auction? The liquidity situation in Treasury is not looking great. Wouldn't people expect more inflation if our fucking money printer is stuck in the on position? Yeah. Ooh, I want to see how this is affecting Fed fund futures. Ooh, shit, we just priced out 5 points. That's kind of fucking spicy, actually. Fed fund futures are pricing in 7.7, so 70 points of cuts for 2024 now. So we're below the Fed's dot plot. I just want to see them move positive again. I want the market to be like, fuck, the Fed needs to raise rates one more time. Asking for a friend, should I cut my 0 DTE 5,000 puts? I bought yesterday at close. I don't even want to know why you did that. But ouch. They're worth like 5 cents. Do you need the $5 back? Fidelity won't let me use spreads. Get a better broker. I mean, Fidelity is really not ideal for options trading. So the answer there is not, I can't do spreads. It's you need to get a better broker. Delta's flattening out here. Give it time. Did we find support at 70 with my calls stopped out? Not necessarily. We've got a lot of volume here and not a lot of price action, which means we're either going to break out or break down. You could straddle this. That would be a thing. They haven't stopped buying out of the money calls all fucking day. I don't think they would until we fall back below 50 anyway. Yeah, so there's a big call buy on the back of the action. But put delta picked up also. So just like a battle, like just like a little battle here for support. Are you looking at futures volume when you say that? Sure. The absurdity on Fidelity is they consider spreads riskier than simple directional. I fucking, I know. It's a dumb broker. It's great for like long-term holdings, shit you're just like selling covered calls on or something, but as a trading broker, they're awful. I don't know why anybody would ever use them. Yep, VIX is still up. The 10-year didn't like that. 10-year is almost at 4.35. 20 and 30 are still down a little bit today. Dollar looks kind of pinned. Hmm. $50.80. Is that not log? How the fuck is that off? Okay. Ooh. $10 now 4.34. Fucking 2 years at 4.725 right now. 3 months almost at 4.5, 4.4, 5.4. Sorry. Hmm. So we lost about 100,000 or a million delta on that. This could be very exciting. Hmm. I've started a $20 to a million challenge just now. Never mind, it's gone. After the SMCI fervor dies down, are you gonna do an FTD analysis on it? I could probably do one now, but I don't want to. Maybe. Into the rest of Apple spreads today. Hmm. Good question. I forgot about that. Yes, I probably will. Hmm. Apple's just above my risk, though. I might wait till tomorrow and see how options positioning looks tonight. I don't think it's going to go anywhere fast. But if it falls back below my risk on the intraday, then I'll sell more. It risks at 183.51. It's just like 40 cents above that right now. So yeah, I think if it slips that on the intraday, I'll sell more. Otherwise I'll wait for tonight and see if like any bullish positioning's picked up, and if it hasn't, then I'll sell more Friday. But if you remind me, I'll add it to the write up tonight. Say no, shut it down. 70 important here. It's got some support. Not as much as 60, but a bit. We're starting to see 50-55 support sell off. So some of the stabilization that we're seeing here might just be like call side profit taking on in the money positions. No, SMCI wasn't a pickles pick. They could take that money and buy out of the money calls for tomorrow, though, right? Yeah, but more likely that that would occur towards the end of the day. Usually don't see a lot of like one DTE positioning until like after 3:30. Sometimes you get a little bit of it earlier, but not usually not very much. There's already a lot of options open for tomorrow anyway, because it's Friday. Oops. What's MQ doing? Still pushing up against that 80-20 level. $18.20. Hmm. Yeah, there's still some call side profit taking. I don't know if they're rolling or just taking profits yet though. I think we broke up from the diamond. You should before. Yeah. But we also have the rest of the day to fail it. So as long as we close under ES 5081 today, then it's still valid. Upstart dropping right now makes me happy. Upstart did not look good yesterday. It's still really liquid. I mean, the auction results are not good. With 30-year, I mean, that kind of means like the bond market expects the 30-year rate of inflation to be above the Fed's target by 0.2, which is, I mean, it doesn't seem like a huge jump, but that 0.025 over 30 years is pretty significant. Nothing like a 20-year tail and an inflation tail. It's interesting. Dollar's starting to move up a little bit. 1 month correlation ticked up. Interesting. Do you have any puts here or waiting to confirm? I have some puts on QQQ, but those are more like, I mean, I think they'd only capture like a reversal. I have some sold calls. That's about it though. It's not a terrible put entry, but it would need a stop, and the contracts are really volatile. Fuck JPA's endgame. What's your endgame? What do you mean? Longer dated on the put side tonight for the straddle? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much anything above 5,000, I'm going to go short dated calls, long dated puts. Still about $3 more before resistance on S&P or ES. $15.91.50. How do you know? We've never been up here. No, the diamond top's not invalid. Why are you buying puts when we're going up? Am I regarded for feeling like the longer this goes on, the worse the correction will be? No, that's probably pretty accurate. I just bought more puts? Not really. My bear spirit is broken. It's easy to break. Hmm. 130? We're up like 300 bipples since an hour before close yesterday. I said we were going to bounce into close yesterday. It's a big bounce. I thought you guys wanted more volatility. The problem is you guys still conflate the price of indexes with the macroeconomics. We wanted more volatility, but now we're scared. Well, this is what happens when you get more volatility. Big ups, big downs. In fairness, when you said we are going to bounce, I thought 100 to 200. I wasn't thinking 300. Well, we haven't hit 200 today. So that's neat. Well, at least on ES. NQ hasn't hit 300. I'm actually more surprised that Dow's up so much. Yeah, we could end the day above 75. Or at 75. That's not unreasonable. We have a double gap underneath us. Did you guys see that? We gapped up so hard that we created a double gap. There's a gap there, and then here. Triple gap? Maybe. Yeah. Triple gap. They're like 17 caps below us. I know. Call buying button is still very much on. Yeah. I'll let you know if it turns off. Hint, it won't at these prices. Not unless we fall back under like 65. Bear calls a test of VN. VN shouldn't really be a resistance. That's my only problem with that. Is VN's not like an actual resistance. Like mechanically, there's no effect there that should cause the market to reverse. It just means if they continue selling puts above that level, they'll start to skew the market maker's hedge. It really just looks like they're trying to squeeze out the sold calls from earlier. Or they are squeezing some of them out. Not a ton of liquidity on that, on the bone there, but some. 80 seems reasonable. Total delta's declining. Except the calls taking profits are probably buy to close. Hmm. Hmm. Is this the tippy top? Selling 51,000 puts. Jesus Christ. Call or I change? Curious. 7,000 puts sold at 5,100. In the last 5 days. I guess they could be bought. Although I don't think they are. NQ broke above 1825. Still on declining volume. Yes, it's still testing resistance. See, I told you the resistance would work. Popcorn. This market is a silly goose. VN will stop them. I mean, again, VN's not really. It might stop them from getting 5,100, but it's not really a resistance. Look at that magic, popcorn trader. We're at diamond top. We need to close below. I think we're gonna need to close below 80. What, 82.75 in order to hold it on futures. Like futures needs to close below 82.75 in order for it to still be valid. It's not invalidated. I mean, you just have to wait for the daily candle to close. So if the daily candle closes below this, then it's still valid. Which at the end of, yeah, 80, like 82.75. If the daily candle closes above it, then it's technically invalidated. Although it could reverse tomorrow and still be valid. But I think that would require tomorrow to open below 82.75. 50, 82.75. Lots of people think this is ridiculous. More and more lately. Especially as it becomes more and more obvious that it's ridiculous, right? Like yields continue to rise. All the rate cuts that drove the price action up to these levels are gone now. The diamond top has lost me more money than any technical formation. Why don't you just straddle the top of it? Then it would have made you rich. No. Diamond top, diamond hands. I like that VIX is going up. That's neato. Very, very healthy market. quite a bit. We're gonna pump so hard that they blow out volatility again. I don't have the patience for this. This is just wearing. Could we see 50-90? Probably need more calls up there, but sure. Yeah, it looks like calls are just rolling up. So 80's a resistance, but then 85's kind of weak. 90's starting to pick up some call interest. It doesn't have a ton yet, but it's getting some. A little bit of call buying here. Hmm. If you had to guess on a time horizon, the second bounce on the double top of the '08 curve seems widely signaled and dumber than I feel. Okay. What? A time horizon for what? Like a reversal? I mean, I don't think we're going to get a hard reversal today. We're very far from 50-50 now. And without a failure of 50-50, this is just bullish. We're going to be trading about 5100 tomorrow? Maybe. I gotta look at tomorrow's positioning. Is there still a chance to break down to 50? I mean, this has to fail spectacularly. Unless you have the stream tagged with ASMR, when we whisper bullish things into our ears, I might get lunch in a little bit. Happy dancing till we've sunk. Markets are always the most bullish before a recession. Labor market's the strongest. Everything's great until it's not. Yeah, there's some call interest at 5,100 for tomorrow. Not a lot. Not a lot to bridge the gap though. And the majority, like near the money, the majority of call interest for tomorrow is at 75. So yeah, there's some at 5,100, but the rest, like the ramp, isn't very well filled in yet. Then under 75, 75, 70, call interest just drops off. There's a little bit at 50. Still actually bearish below 5,000 though, which we're quite a ways away from. Okay, well, don't short vol when we get over fucking Vega neutral, you dipshits. I mean, price shouldn't be super affected by de-risking right now because there's not a lot of puts near the money. So if they buy to close sold puts here, like it'll have some effect, but it'd probably just be more like it stabilizes price than it tanks price. It would drive vol up though. And the market maker is a seller on volatility going up. And probably, yeah, the ramp for tomorrow to 5100 probably will fill in the last like hour and a half of the day. I sold my SPY 508 223 calls way too early this morning. Womp womp. I mean, we ran into a lot of resistance earlier, so not unreasonable. If we could touch 6560 today, I'd be that's not impossible. I mean, to the downside, like it's pretty like Gamma's pretty flat down to like 70, 60. Like we could trade in that range, but only if call buying stops. And right now that's not happening. There's a persistent buy side. 50 I think is very unlikely because all of the call leverage would be gone, right? So 60 65 should be pretty heavily defended. 75 should be support as well. 70 75. There's a big drop in call interest at 50.95, which is usually where these like stupid runs find their first like rejection, is like right before the test of the next like big psychological level, because nobody buys 50.95s and it creates like a pocket of weakness. I find it really strange that they chose just above Vega neutral to start shorting vol, because it's like not a good idea. I don't think so. I'm just directly targeting you with ads every time I say the word call, Thunder. Maybe VN has moved up? Probably moved down. The last 2 years, we've had several hard reversals in the last 2 years. What the fuck are you talking about? 2 years ago was 2022, which was mostly bearish as fuck. Are we getting 4 Fed speeches in 8 minutes? No, I don't think so. I think we get 1 Fed speech before the end of the day. I think it's just Waller, right? Or no, it's not Waller. It's Harker. Harker speaks at 3:15. And then Cook and Kashkari are after. I'm not sure that they're voting members anymore, but they're after hours. I think Waller then speaks again at 7:35. That might be a fuck up in the scheduling. Well, maybe not. It might be international. Do bulls need a small pullback to keep pushing? No. They need more delta to keep pushing. That's the thing they don't like to buy. It's expensive. The market almost crashed in June of 22. It almost crashed a few times in 2022. It almost crashed in 23 too. We've managed to dodge them all though. Yeah, June 13th, 2022. It almost went down. Feb, it almost crashed when the war started. Like Feb 23rd. It almost crashed. And then we came kind of close to crashing October 13th. Last year, October 27th and March 13th. All of those were pretty close. Stability here. Hmm. Dixie found support. Futures are pretty much just still at resistance. Not reversing yet. But maybe after the second test. Huh. What do you think about Dole at 11? I still want to buy it for less. I don't know. I think I would still wait. I think there's still an opportunity this year to get it under $10. As long as they don't just absolutely fucking crush earnings next week. Still looking, learning. Bull's about to rug themselves. Or maybe if they keep selling vol. What's the play then? I mean, probably a put, but you still need a tight stop, and they're selling the fuck out of them, which means tight stops aren't particularly great. Maybe like a 1 DTE at the money, so you don't have to deal with all the sold put volatility. That's what I'm thinking is if the call chain support opens to 5100 end of day to support tomorrow's price action, am I fighting theta decay and contract value until they buy in that support level? So part of the issue with this, like the bull side action on these big overnight gap ups, is it tends to be a very slow positive price improvement, right? The better way to capture it is to sell the upper target, buy the at the money, right? And then you don't have to worry about the theta decay so much. So like debit spreads tend to be a lot better in these ranges than just straight up calls. The calls are fine as long as they go in the money, but if they don't, then you end up burning up a lot of theta for no reason. So you could do like is if you think it's gonna go up to 5100, is you can sell like the 5100 and buy like the 5080 or 5075. And then that'll offset the decay. Even on 0 DTE, it'll help offset the decay. So the shit auction, they pumped through the bears, they squeezed those off. So you got almost no volume on futures here. This is one of the most predictable pumps I've ever seen. Who's on the losing side of all of this? Call sellers? Other bulls? Bulls that were like, I'm gonna lock in profits here. when we fell off of 50 50 50 25. Someone doesn't want the 10-year over 4.35. Probably not, yeah. It should be, right? Fucking the auctions have not been very favorable. Whoever it is though isn't really hammering Fed fund futures. Those are still pricing in less than 3 rate cuts now. I'm gonna test 90 here, I think. Yeah. Big call buy. 2. Yeah. 1.5 million delta. But 150, sorry, 150,000 delta. One second. All right. Vol's getting kind of blown out here. Huh. Ooh, is Dixie gonna break up? Oh, we tested 5100 on futures. Any pullback, or are we just gonna rock it to 5150 end of day? I mean, I don't know. 5095 is a like 9095 is a pretty big resistance. There's no one's buying calls at 95 at all. Although we may just get the same thing we got at 85, where they just buy like 200,000 delta and try to pump it up above it. Although I'm not sure that's going to be successful. We can still reject here. It's just the rejection's probably not going to be very strong. I do like that volatility is going up. Is Nvidia dead? Wait, what happened to Nvidia? I don't know. Maybe I'm surprised profit taking hasn't driven more downside on it. Like IV's still crushing out, so I guess it kind of makes sense that it's still fairly stable, but I'm surprised Nvidia hasn't reversed a little harder yet. I think it will. Like I think over the next like 5 days or so it's probably going to pull back a bit. I don't know if it'll go back under like 700, but I could see it pull back to like 50. Yeah, they don't. So, I mean, I think that's just like a psychological effect. You generally don't see a lot of buying at like 95 levels. You'll see all of the buying occur, the buying and selling occur at like the psychological level at the even like the like 5100, 5200, those levels, 5000. Um, and usually what happens is when these are crossed, you gap over. So like the initial test is, I mean, if they test intraday, they're usually rejected because usually at those levels you also have like a shitload of sold options. They tend to be way bigger than all the other levels, right? As far as options concentration goes. And so usually breaks to the upside of them are a gap over. Breaks to the downside of them tend to gap over too. This is odd for VIX. Well, what's odd about it is there's no sold calls up here, so I can only assume that they're de-risking puts. Because there's not a lot to squeeze. These bulls are nuts. Yeah. Yeah. NQ's at 3% now. Can you see why vol is going up on the chain? I can only really look on the near dated contracts during the intraday. End of day, I could tell you because then I'll have more OI information. But I would say that we've been seeing Vega exposure decline overall, and so I would say that we're probably seeing de-risking of puts now that they've driven sufficiently out of the money. I would say we're not squeezing a lot of calls because there just frankly aren't very many up here. That would be the other like spot up, vol up effect. You would take the total aggregate exposure to Vega on the chain, put in flaps. Why de-risk at all-time high? Aren't their puts green now? Yeah, but I'm sure they'd like to keep them that way. They're not idiots, right? Like they know that, yields are rising, dollars rising, pressure is mounting on volatility. Like they don't want to be caught in the crosswinds. Not all of them will de-risk, and there's still a lot of people that have been selling tails in huge numbers that are still really exposed, but some will de-risk. Beyond looks so hot right now. I mean, I think it's still got like 5 days before there's any forced covering, so we'll probably see it shorted more on any market pullback. I think the low today was at like 7. It'll be volatile though. If you want to play the intraday on it, you could. Any pullback will probably see some covering just because of reg show. So it'll probably oscillate a lot, like high to low, over and over again. But I think we still have some time before any kind of big covering move. This is fucking crazy. VIX just keeps going. Yeah. Also, I mean, realized vol. It's crazy on the back of this, right? Yeah. Yeah, 30-day RV is 14.3. 30-day Ivy is 14.3 also, I think. So realized vol almost above implied vol right now. Holy fucking shit. Hold on. Is that right? feel like a fund's getting blown up. They're getting blown up in the wrong fucking direction. Fucking someone short might be getting blown up. Are you getting COVID crash flashbacks? There's some similarities in the ridiculousness of it, but not yet. If we start gapping down at open, yeah, maybe. The fucking yeah, the MM's not even like making the market up here. The MM's still like back at like 67 to 55. They don't want to be anywhere near here. But there's like until call buying stops, they can't dump their hedge, right? Like they have to hold it. Definitely not a fund short Nvidia. I don't think any fund would short Nvidia. Not this earnings. I mean, maybe sell their holdings in after hours if earnings missed, but actual short Nvidia, no. There's a fuck ton of short vol on Nvidia, but most of that wasn't built up prior to earnings. Most of that's building right now. Right now, they're shorting the fuck out of vol on Nvidia. Yeah, COVID, like the first few days of the crash were like close, and then we'd fucking gap down huge overnight, open, run up through the day, like back to spot, then gap down even further the next day, and just rinse and repeat. So you got a lot of like price action that was kind of like, you know, like that. Except the gap downs kept getting bigger and bigger. And then you ran into a period where everyone thought the bottom of the market was in. So everyone went full bull, but really they were just feeding like MM liquidity. And so we'd open, we'd go up like 13%, and then we'd immediately drop like 15% by like the next market open. That shit was crazy. Like 3 days up and you're up like 15%, and then the next morning you've lost it all. Options were super expensive. Really, really far out of the money strangles. I'm talking like 70 $75 from spot. And you didn't have zero DTEs back then, so you had to get like a little theta on the position. But there were a few like really far out of the money strangles that I had at that. I mean, vol was so high that like both sides of the strangle would print super hard. And then, eventually your call side starts printing more and more, and you just stop buying puts. They're really gunning for it, man. Huh. We're getting close. One of two things will happen at 50.95. Either they dump another giant pile of delta on the chain and try to push us through it, or epic fail. Dude, vol convexity is pushing up pretty hard. The forward yield on volatility. If it moves positive, VIX is in backwardation. So people are forced to flip long vol on the short term, short vol on the long term. Right now, VX is still a bit ahead of spot vol or cash VIX, but not much. Hmm. Getting a lot of fucking divergence between the 2030 and the 10. That's odd. I feel like I'm about to get fragged. So put a stop on your calls. Dude, correlation's rocketing too. Correlation's up almost 5% right now. 3-month core is starting to turn around. This is fucking so weird. I mean, the next resistance is 95. That's what I got for you. I don't know what they're gonna buy, right? Either they come in and they buy a shitload more delta, or it fails. I haven't been on much today. Can you do a quick TLDR of what you expect the next few days based on this rippy sitchy? Ugh, what a terrible way of describing it. I think we could probably hold 50-50 at a minimum until the end of the week. So I would say downside support at 50-50, probably a test above 5100 tomorrow, provided we hold these levels into the end of the day today. You can start to confirm a reversal on a drop below 75, but a drop below 50-50 would be necessary to have to really for anything bearish to happen. So I think they just keep pushing, right? Because I mean, why would they stop at this point? We did it. We beat inflation by making it go up. Yeah, you might have missed it earlier, but I said like 50, like 50 75, 50 80. Sell the 5100 call is pretty good in this range. That way you can capture like the grindy upside, but you don't get burned on the theta. Anyone shorting this now has massive trek nets. Hasn't there been some kind of sell off? Because the calls that are being sold are being bought again out of the money. So you're getting like sell the 50-50, buy the 50-90, this kind of thing. They're just rolling up calls. Is it reasonable to expect 5,500 over the next month? Absolutely not. I mean, on a pump this strong, Gamma Max on the SPX chain is going to probably pull back to like 5180, 5150. And that's, I mean, that's going to be a hard upside. So, I mean, not unreasonable to see like Gamma Max, or well, it's unlikely we test it, but we could. Very unlikely to cross it. It doesn't matter if they normalize inflation or not. People are just running out of money. And once I mean, it's already like we're already seeing weaker consumer demand, but it's starting to infiltrate, the middle and middle upper class, and that's when it starts to really have a big effect, because those are the people that spend a lot of money, and there just aren't enough rich people. I'm guessing 90 failing can be 90's a big level. 90, 80, 70 are the call walls to the downside. Why are we going to 5,500 end of week when we haven't even we're only $40 above the prior high? You guys have gone just way too long without like real volatility on the SPX. These aren't very big moves. I mean, 3% days should be like, and historically 3% days are like 12% of the trading days in the year. So they shouldn't be all that uncommon. Yeah, we've been in like a really weird flat market for, I mean, like range wise, it's been very narrow for the last like 250 days. I think this is the first 200 BPS day we've had. in quite some time. People just buy zero DTs and a $5 move. Feels like the end of the world or MOASS. Well, I got stopped out of my bull calls, so I hope this keeps dropping so I can buy more of them. Short NQ. Feels greedy, but I fucking really want to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Short 1875. $76.25. If I don't get a fill on this, I'm gonna be pissed. Thoughts on Peter Zeihan? Isn't he like a geopolitical guy? Remember when Jensen beat inflation? No. Why is VIX tracking SPX? So much call buying that they drove vol up. You and him ramble about some of the same stuff. Okay. I don't really know anything about him. Is he like a YouTuber? I don't. Let me be really clear. I don't listen to YouTubers. Same. Yeah. I definitely don't associate with anybody or listen to anybody who has a newsletter. It's like the lowest denomination of shillery. It's ironic coming from a YouTuber. I know. Sitting here saying ES 5100 may flip to support was not on my Thursday afternoon bingo card. Well, it didn't. We're getting a little bit of weakness. What you fiddling with? Pocket knife. When you're a jet away. Is it a home defense pocket knife? No. The last thing I used it for was cutting a bacon, egg, and cheese in half. Can't tell if he's legit or not. I mean, are there really any legit geopolitical analysts or economists? Decide for yourself. They're all basically just philosophers. We are getting downside. You like 10 minutes behind? Options as a strategic investment is all you need for home defense. You don't even need to defend your home. You just put it behind the door and no one can ever get in. Benchmade, Spyderco. What is this one? It's Ontario Knife Company. I have a Benchmade knife too, somewhere. I don't know where the fuck I put it. It's a Taiwanese knife, Bob. Go fuck yourself. And once again, asking them to lower prices on running shoes. Just run barefoot. Like in fields. Don't stay away from the sidewalk. You're better than that. Just run on dirt the way nature intended. No, the knife was manufactured in Taiwan. We've talked about hookworms before. I know. Just don't run in the mud. I said... This pullback isn't de-risking. What is it? Call selling? Profit taking? Do you carry a pocket knife when you go out? No, it's illegal in New York City. Just my wits. Which are substantial. This is either going to break 5100 or plummet back to 5060 in the next 20 minutes. How would you feel about chop at 75 to 80? So you go out unarmed? No, I have 2 arms. See? I thought you lived in America. I do. I just don't live in the ignorant part. Can we get rid of some fucking viewers? Jesus. There's too many of you people. You want me to get into... You wanna get me... Politics? Gun laws? What can I talk about to get rid of some of you? I got rid of Spicy Otter last time by suggesting that the US use eminent domain to seize a large portion of every US corporation. He didn't like that. He was like, I can't do this anymore. Your hypothetical has made me angry. And he left. He was a member, too. Hatred for dogs? I've tried that one. It didn't work. I don't... It's not that I hate other people's dogs. I just would hate having my own. And I also don't want other people's dogs anywhere near me or to hear about them. Because I don't care. I don't care about your fur babies. Did someone just knock on my door? 1 second. Oh, good. Leaving got rid of some people. Much better. Why aren't you guys liking the stream? Ooh, sweet controversial topics. It's my favorite part of the stream. It's the dog police. It's more just a branch of me hating people, and dog people are the worst. But so are dogs, because they're kind of just like dog people. No, you're the worst. Well, okay, sure. Well spoken, dog person. You just outed yourself. Now we all know. Is it small? It's probably a small dog. Does it have any genetic malformations? Like a pug? Like it can't breathe, but people keep breeding them? I don't know what GSD is. You got to get out of here with your dog. With your dog 3-letter agencies. What the fuck is a GSD? Why isn't that just GS? German Shepherd dog. I have genetic malformations. Can you breed me? Yes, you can. No, I don't hate aquarium people. They're just odd. Like, I probably wouldn't stay at one of their houses overnight. I actually like German Shepherds. I like large dogs, but I don't like people who keep them in the city. I mean actual dogs, not Ryan Cohen rat dogs. I just have a soft spot for German Shepherds because I had one as a child. And they look like wolves, which is cool. Maple dogs taste pretty good. Don't ask me how I know. Is it like a hot dog covered in maple syrup? A maple glizzy? You're one of the wolf guys? I'm not a wolf guy. I would never own a dog. I don't need that kind of constant reassurance that someone loves me. That's why I have a cat, because I want constant reassurance that someone hates me. What are your thoughts on people who watch Fox News? Pretty much the same as people who watch any major news network and believe what they're told. I don't have any tattoos. I don't like things that much. Who's in your wolf pack? Dork. Mine is Fritos. He's a 20-year-old orange diabetics pillow who's recently downed 3 teeth, punches me in the head at 4 a.m. Why is he so old? Stop that. I have a VWAP tattoo. Do you? I would never tell you that, James. Welcome to finance. My dog's name is Options as a Strategic Investment. That sounds difficult to call out at the dog park. What's the lowest we could drop today? Back to 55 would be cool. Although persistent out of the money call buying has not stopped. Despite volatility getting a bit weird. If BNED goes to 60, I'll get a special pickle tattoo. If BNED goes to 2, I don't care what you think about it. I hate market. Market's so dumb. Market go to 5250, make my face go numb. I don't think a large Asian community had anything to do with your dogs getting stolen. Maybe your parents just didn't like them. You know that's not very common in Asia, right? It's like really isolated areas. Do mustaches on females count as genetic malformations? No? One time my mom stopped a lady who brought a leash and was opening her front gate to grab my pup. Hmm. When I was a kid, I never understood why my uncles left their careers in finance for ethical reasons. Now I see that they are way cool. Probably just couldn't handle the cocaine anymore. I assume that would have been sometime around the late 80s. They also have meat specific dog breeds for it usually. They don't go around kidnapping random pets. That would be a bit odd. I'm trying to catch up on YouTube. Can you not talk on Discord for 17 minutes? Sure. He won't know for 17 minutes that I'm not doing what he wants. The 257 are actually decent sized auctions. Yeah, they are. 63, 64, 42. Okay. Yeah, the 5 year is interesting. The 2 year shouldn't have a tail. That would be bad. The 5 and 7 could. It wasn't a jab at Asians and their culinary habits, just an observation from my childhood. I mean, I know a few people from China. My roommate in college was from China, and they all the ones that where that conversations come up have said it's exceedingly rare and really specifically in just one region. I don't think it's common anywhere, and even less so nowadays. Like it's really starting to become like taboo. Italians eat horses though, so it's kind of gamey. Was there any bullish data today? It all seemed bearish. It was. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. It's a very poor region too. Yeah, I think so. I had horse meat in Switzerland, but it was in a cold cut. It wasn't bad. Yeah, that's how I had it. It was like a salami. It was it was a bit gamey. Very lean. What was his reaction to the words Tiananmen Square? Oh, he said that like everyone in China knows exactly what happened. You just don't fucking talk about it. Yeah, there were a lot of famines in China over the last 100 years. And you've got about 3 days without food before you'll just eat anything, Fido included. I don't know if there's cannibalism there. There was a lot of cannibalism in Russia during the pogroms and stuff. And Stalin fucking starving everybody to death. Starvation is like natural Ozempic. Still buying? Yep. Yep. Like I said, we probably won't see that stop. Let's see, where would we have to fall to now? Under 70. If we drop under 70, then we might see it stop. Although I feel like we're kind of running out of downside momentum on the reversal here. Maybe not. I guess I could keep selling off. Hmm. Realized vol's coming down a little bit. There's still some bullish dip buyers. Looks like 80 is really important because the 50-70 call wall is broken down quite a bit. They're selling puts on QQQ. I know because my QQQ puts keep pricing down on flat. Probably. Yeah, I believe that. Maybe it's my COVID brain, but how did Stalin spark globalization? Wait, are you serious? Like, is that a serious question? I mean, you had like a really like bipolar political like you had a really bipolar like political hegemony after World War II, right? Because you kind of like everyone had like this big enemy in the communists and like the Soviet led like Eastern Bloc, right? And so that led to like a lot of like arms races and like political and economic competition, right? which sparked the development of new technologies and led to increased globalization. Also, the creation of like United Nations was a big part of that. Maybe to some degree, like the spread of communism or the push to spread communism. Was this bounce a bear flag? It was until it broke up. If we slip 80, 75, could we touch 65? 70's broken down a little, but it's still a call wall. Where does the MN want us ending the day? I think they'd be pretty happy anywhere from like 72 to 60, 62, 72, 62. All right, hold on, let me update that. 73, 62, kind of in that range. We got a little bit of delta coming in here, dip buyers. Not a ton. Any data tomorrow? I think we just have some breathing room on the data after PMIs today. German GDP tomorrow. Schnabel. Some EU speeches. Yeah, not much data tomorrow. At all. So tomorrow's pretty wide open. I mean, we could still see more pumping. We have new home sales Monday, and then 2 and 5-year note auctions simultaneously at 1 p.m. Then we have Japanese inflation. Then durable goods. Home price index. Where we get GDP. And PCE. Right? Yeah, PCE is on Thursday. Yeah, next week could be pretty spicy. Fail on the pump? Interesting. I mean, we have a little bit more range to the downside, but we have like a lot of stability at 80. Like, it'll be hard to break 80 to the downside. But if we do, we could drop to 70, I think. It looks like more calls are building at the money, and the out of the money calls are still selling off. So there's a pretty good chance that we get hung up between 80, 90. But if we slip 80, we'll probably get hung up between 70, 80 into end of day. So we'll see. We've only got, what, 50 minutes left? Fuck, I forgot to eat lunch again. Son of a bitch. Yeah, whatever. AT&T doesn't care. It's part of your contract. They're not legally liable for any outages. What do you hate the most? Hmm. I don't know. I hate so many things. The ticker T cares, though, which is neat. Ooh, is it time to deploy some of my drip? Oh, it is. I like this. I hope it goes down more. Ooh, I've got a fun long-term play that I'm going to write up for Pickles Picks. Forgot about that. Oh, yeah? Edge me? Yeah. That's pretty exciting. I'm hoping it drops to a price point I like a little better. They recently had good earnings, so... But they just paid out their dividend, so maybe a little bit more downside. Timeline? My Roth is ready. I'm thinking 3 to 5 years. Which, based on all my previous picks, just means it'll 100% tomorrow. And then, you guys will miss it. I haven't bought in yet, though. I'm up 12% on UGI. Nice. Are you counting that sweet, sweet divvy? Or have you not gotten the dividend yet? Is it BTI? No. Why would it be BTI? Gross. No divvy yet? What sector are we talking? Finance? Hey, don't shit on HBM. That's up 23%. Oh, I love HBM. Oh, okay. No, I still want to buy Dole below $10. I know it's greedy, but I think I'll get it. Rocky Dinar. No. You guys aren't going to guess it. There's thousands of companies. It's not BNAD. Although BNAD's getting really close to its previous low. Maybe I'll buy some more of it this week. BNAD's not a pickles pick. I've written no DD on it. Nor do I want to. I don't want to talk to you guys about it. I think I'll grab some shares of AMKBY here. Have you done any research on it? Be honest. Or are you just buying it because it's in my dividend port? You do know I sold like 75% of my holdings, right? I like the divvy. Do you understand how it works? It's a percentage of cash flows. And it doesn't arrive often. Are you saying you wouldn't buy AMKBY sub 750? Oh no, I'm definitely gonna buy back in. But it could drop to like if there's a recession, and we're already on like the brink of a global recession, right? Like everybody's in one except for us. It could drop to like fucking really low. Like $4, $5. Something you should understand before just YOLOing in on it. They're one of the world's largest shippers. They're not likely to go out of business or anything, but the price of the stock could drop substantially from its current levels. And if that's a prolonged recession, it may not recover for a very long time. They're a foreign company. You can buy I think you can buy shares of them on the Copenhagen exchange if you want like direct shares. But they're like $13,000 each. 1 second. All right. You think another end of day pump? Sure, why not? Looks like they're pushing. It's 40 minutes left. We're already at 50.88. I mean, 95 still looks like a resistance. This whole thing feels like kind of a failure if they don't break 5100 though, right? They're not really. I should just close these. Forgot I had those. Fuck. Oh well. Yeah, why not? How much are out of the money calls? Overpriced. Mm. For T, would you use options to define the risk and short term too? That thing trades molasses, so any recovery it skyrockets. Might be one more day though to let some IV out. But for selling calls on it? Oh, I just don't give a shit. I just sell calls on it. I think I still have March 15s open from the last time it pumped. Let me check. Yeah, I have $18 calls for March 15 open. I should probably close those. Maybe. I don't know. Rates are getting more restrictive, so utilities should see a bit of a down cycle. Might be some good entry opportunities on those. I should really caution you guys against buying stocks that are just simply in my long-term holdings without understanding either why I hold them or having done some DD yourself, because many of those things are already up. I'm in the process actively of cutting a large number of those holdings. So be careful, tread carefully there. And I don't update it very frequently either, intentionally. So don't just ghost shit without understanding it. Some of those things I've owned for years. We're not going to do our own DD. We're not going to listen to what you're saying. Treat your long-term port appropriately. Can you announce that senators are easier to ghost on QuiverQuant than your own personal holdings? They are. Yeah. The video breaking out for some reason because end of day pumpies. 0 DTE time. If volatility is getting wacky, maybe 1440 is okay. I don't know. I still wouldn't buy anything with VIX 3 month below above 15. I would just sit on what I have. I mean, I guess you could, but maybe consider getting more vol so you're like, or more Vega so closer to the money. A higher multiplier because vol may not go up significantly higher than it already is. So make sure that you can at least roll or reposition on like a 1 to 2% move and fall. Can we short tech soon? Not yet. I'm trying to get to 1,000 $2 calls. You know Atomic's selling you all of those, right? I was thinking 4,500 for June, July might turn into Delta plays if we get a downturn. Okay. That's not too bad. 4,500 July. So it's like what? That's like 6.0 Vega. So yeah, on a 1% move in volatility at spot, you would be profitable out to like end of March. That's not too bad. 2% move on vol. Yeah, I mean, it does pretty good in the short term. 150 days. Yeah, I mean, if vol moves up, even like a retest of the 5,000 level, you could take profit and roll. They're like 50% profit there. That's not bad. That's not terrible. Wait, I'm in like the top 75 of like highest karma redditors. Do I get free stock? I'm gonna sell that shit. Are there any uranium plays you like besides SRF? Ura. I have a decent amount of URA. It's broader exposure. It's not going to be as concentrated to like uranium spot price as SRF, but it's performed pretty well. I need to log into your IBKR account to give you your 1 billion shares of free Reddit stock. I think you have to pay for them. Oh, fuck that. What do you think is starting to average into energy? Like what kind of energy exposure? Energy as a commodity is risky right now, right? Like you have a lot of geopolitical conflict, which obviously could fuel upside. But on the other side of that, you have the chance of a very deep and prolonged recession, which would crater energy prices. So tough. Be careful with that. Be very careful with that. Will the lockup period be determined by the mods of our super stock? Could we see SRF 2030 in the next several months? I mean, I think there'll be pullbacks in uranium prices. Generally on the news, the two biggest things will be if China cuts reactors, or if Kazatomprom ramps up production numbers. So those are two things to watch out for that could create some weakness in spot price over the next like 3 to 5 years. But I think uranium prices are going to continue up until more mining comes online to match demand. And a lot of what drove the recent big surge in pricing has been that the U.S. approved 2 more reactors, I think, and the like an extra reactor at another facility, bringing the total up to like 7. China cut one. Germany cut a bunch. Spain cut a bunch. I think that's been about it. But those numbers, they tend to fluctuate. So I mean that'll have some effect because people will be pricing in future demand. And then Kazatomprom is like the world's largest uranium supplier, so their production numbers can matter a lot. If their production picks up, then you can get some easing in uranium prices. Those are when I'd look for opportunities. I still personally think that nuclear is the right way to go for green energy. And I think if we want like sustainable green power grids, we're going to need a lot more nuclear energy. It looks like we're still probably about 30 years out from any kind of fusion, right? So, or sustainable fusion. April 19, Fubo 1x in the money, 2x out of the money. I don't know how to phrase this, but this could would this be a way to dodge earnings IV spikes? Minimal theta decay on the out of the money calls. So it'd be a 2-to-1 spread, bull call spread. Okay, yeah. I mean, and then if earnings are good, your calls print. If they're bad, you could close. Yeah, not so much the theta decay, but you dodge the IV crash. Well, both actually. And you're going to be a little more exposed because you're going you're leveraging up the risk, right? So you'll have more exposure than if you were 1-to-1, but less than had you not sold a call at all. There was a reason I didn't like you. I can't remember what it was, but there was something there that I really didn't like about it. Let me see if I still have any notes from back then. Okay, I don't know. I didn't write anything down about it, but look into the White Mesa Mill project for them. Um, that appears to be the reason I didn't buy in, although I don't know what about it. I just trade it. Okay. What do you have against clean coal? Nothing. I'm long coal. Kind of as a pair trade with long uranium. But I am long coal. Funny, uranium play reminds me of a podcast I just watched with Bill Ackman. Is this similar recommended book list to you? Hmm. I could see that. What didn't you like about CCJ? I think they're overvalued. Almost constantly overvalued. Um, they're like the most popular like uranium ticker, and then they tend to just carry like a fairly high PE, which I'm not a big fan of. Not that they won't go up if uranium goes up, they will, but I think other things will outperform them. I've been looking into like UEC and Yellow Cake a bunch lately. I think both of those might be okay, but I haven't finished doing my research on them yet. Yellow Cake was kind of interesting because if they do some share buybacks, they could bring the price back up to NAV, and they have the cash. I know SSS just did some share buybacks on its below NAV pricing. That was nice. So that's been recovering off the drop pretty nicely. I think if we start to see inflation expectations fall, and rate cuts get priced back in, they'll perform really well. Yeah, liquidity in the options market's usually a consideration for me, provided the thing I'm buying has options. And a lot of my long-term holdings are usually just a place for me to stuff cash because I can't manage it all by myself. Do you think Fubo could go back to $1.50? Yeah, there's enough liquidity, especially if they fucking miss on earnings. Inflation expectations fall. 30-year tips enters the chat. I mean, even at 2.2%, right? Like, rates are eventually going to get cut. I just don't think they're going to get cut this year or maybe next. If Fubo misses on earnings, it's fucking dead. No, it's not. I expect at least at one point they're going to miss on earnings before they hit positive EBIT. I mean, I have no choice but to be involved in Fubo earnings. I own a bunch of the stock. So, I mean, I'm not actively positioning for earnings. I might pick up like a hedge or something, depending on how we're priced going into them. What this market do? I mean, they're trying to, I don't know, clear out the 90 calls before end of day. I said back before if we bounced, we were gonna close between like 80 and 90. Well, it looks pretty much like what's happening here. Yeah, I think Fubo will have a good earnings here. Usually their weaker earnings um is quarter one earnings, I think, are usually their weaker ones. Quarter four and quarter one have been weaker before historically, so we'll see. I know expectations are for like a slight decline in EPS. I think hold on, let me look. Yeah, analysts are projecting 397 million in revenue, EPS of negative 31 cents. Um so a slight improvement in revenues, a big improvement in revenues expected, but a drop in EPS. Yeah, small drop in EPS over the prior quarter. And then over the prior quarter four, where we have big bump in revenues and still an improvement in EPS. So we'll see. For the last 3 quarters, they've been beating analyst expectations, but I know their costs have been going up a little bit, so. They didn't say ESPN and Disney are stealing viewership. They said ESPN and Disney are overcharging them for content. Which is an anti-competitive practice, and it's. I mean, I think their lawsuit's valid. I'm just not entirely sure they should have filed it so soon, and the costs of that could weigh down in the coming quarters. I mean, I think a lot of the Mag 6 or Mag 7, it's still the Mag 7. Tesla's still massively overvalued. But I think in the coming quarters we're gonna see those earning projections decline. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of a pullback in like the exponential growth already, and I think that's why we didn't see much of the Mag 7 really overperform this earnings season, with the exception of Nvidia and Meta. And that'll continue to trim, right? Because they're all feeding off of the same market share. And Nvidia is cyclical, so I mean, eventually, eventually all the data centers that are going to buy H100s will have bought H100s, and it'll become a lot harder to project increased sales numbers. Do you think they try to pump 5100 in the overnight session? Maybe. There's really no data, so nothing to stop it. I mean, I don't see why not. Oil's inflationary again. It's been inflationary for most of the month. It's not a market crash. 18-minute pump to over 5100. Let's go. 12 minutes. 12 minutes to pump over 50. Why would they hit it intraday when they can just slam it in after hours? What? What do you mean, what? That's on Jimmy price action leading up to earnings. You're the man, but of course you know that. I don't know. Jimmy looks like a wet bag of shit. Maybe back to like 12.95. When the fuck are earnings? We don't even know when they are yet, right? There's plenty of shorting that can be done. XRT is not even on reg show yet. Who cares? RC doesn't even do earnings. Everyone wants to know what RC invested their money in. My hope is SMCI at the top. But he probably just bought 6-month treasuries again. How many NVIDIA 800Cs are you buying into close? None, I don't think. You think they're going to squeeze out the 800 calls? I don't know. Vol's been crushing pretty hard, right? Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Nvidia's charm looks terrible into the end of the week. I'm not sure it's going to be all that supportive into tomorrow's expiration, but zero DTE call buying could easily exceed that. So I think it could swing either way. I'm still straddling it overnight, though. I'm just not going to straddle it at 800. I don't care what the market's pricing in. I'm pricing in a 0% chance tomorrow is a red day. We'll see. Yen and yuan are slipping again a little bit. Pound's up against the dollar, although I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, their PMIs were fucking garbage too. Let me see what positioning looks like for tomorrow now. Friday is for the Bears. Has it been recently? Last Friday was. Well, the Friday before that was pretty bullish. Friday before that was bearish. Well, it was bullish. Yeah. Ended bearish, then we dropped Monday. Before that, bearish. Kirk's new boss. Is that you, Cobra? Don't forget to take seasonality into account. Ugh. Will the Santa rally never end? I hope Nvidia's down at least 5 to 10% tomorrow. I don't think it drops. If it's gonna drop, I don't think until next week. Right? Almost all the calls are for Friday. So everybody who didn't print and is getting fucked by earnings crush is probably hanging on to their dead calls till the very last minute. Or buying more of them. So everybody at like 775 and up. Glorp, this is not down. I ask again, when down? We were down yesterday and the day before that. Now we're up again. Get with the program, man. Okay, but not really. I mean, we were down quite a bit from last Friday. Almost 2%. And now we're up 1% from last Friday. Today was fun. I'm not trying to buy a 2-minute lotto. Oh, speaking of which, I'm supposed to be checking tomorrow's expiration. Actually, yeah, tomorrow it looks like we haven't seen anything build up above 90 still. So call wall at 75, call wall at 5100. Everything else in between's pretty weak. Hmm. I told you to ask when down and just like the stream till 4400. Can't you just buy a call and be happy? I can't believe I'm about to straddle SPX at 5085. Ugh. No, I am happy. All right. But no calls. You were buying calls before. What happened to that? You were like, this hedging thing is cool. How are you getting money to buy more VIX calls, like Vega positions, if you're not buying calls on upside moves? Ding ding, the day is done. So we closed like right in the middle of the two call walls at 85. That was nuts. A lot of buying today. Just pretty much non-stop from market open. Anyway, let's see where that puts us. That puts us kind of right at the top. Yeah, it closed kind of right at the top of my expected range for the week. I'll probably have to move expectations up a little bit tomorrow, but I don't think very much. I would say range wise tomorrow, we're probably not going to see much higher than Gamma Max. And Gamma Max is at like 5108, so um, ES closed below resistance. I'd still like to see this fall below 5082 either today or tomorrow. Otherwise, that diamond top's going to be invalidated. Broad commodities down today, despite HSI kind of pulling back last night a bit. I know a bunch of Nikkei tech ran last night also. That probably won't happen again tonight. Like, we're not going to get the big explosion in market cap overnight again because NVIDIA earnings are now in the rearview mirror. Yeah, that was the last Mag 7 earnings. So, I mean, I expect the bullishness to fade a little bit. It's a really big divergence between the 10 and the 20 and 30 years right now, which is odd. Usually they're very closely intertwined. Dollar's still struggling with 104. We're still seeing a lot of stabilization from Japan and China against the rising dollar, and that's kind of suppressing the dollar from moving higher. I'm not sure how much longer that's going to last on the Japan side, but China may just keep buying U.S. Treasuries forever. There's still going to be some constant pressure on long duration, especially the 10, 20, and 30. Um, I don't think that's going away anytime soon. Correlation on the 1 month kept moving up again today. 3 month dropped, so we're seeing a bit of increase in near term volatility, probably like fixed strike vol. And like 3 month vol is just kind of flat, honestly. Like, I don't think this is really a big shift in range. So, some near term breakdown in correlation, but not longer term yet. We actually saw VIX forward return on VIX yields spike up a bit earlier today, and then it kind of cooled off into close as they stopped buying to the upside. I think some vol de-risking going on there. We'll know more tonight. I'll let you guys know what Vega exposure changes there were, but I think we're probably seeing some de-risking of short put positions in anticipation of hot PCE next week. Oil up 69 basis points today, ES up 200. I think the first 200 basis point move in the last 250 days, or close to close 200 basis point move on ES. I'm not sure on that. I'd have to double check, but it's been pretty rare. Russell and Dow underperforming by about 50% compared to the S&P. So we're not seeing a lot of breadth come in on this. This is still a very like tech-centric pump, mostly backed by 0 DTE buying and 1 DTE buying. The majority of that like short put interest and a lot of the calls that are on the chain fall off between this Friday and next. And I don't think we have a lot of charm tomorrow either. We have a little bit, but it's pretty low, so not super supportive. But where that charm's coming from is pretty deep in the money. I think bond vol moved up today. I'm pretty sure this is already printed. Skew hasn't updated yet. And we're just kind of seeing vol flat here, but continued decline, or well, I don't know. There's barely any change here. I mean, week over week, we've got 0.3 increased correlation, which is nothing, right? So, vol's still very heavily short. Leverage is still very high. That doesn't seem to be changing. if we look at like total performance, that's the Russell 1000. Hold on. NASDAQ, pretty much everything going up. Consumer non-durables and communications underperforming a bit. Also energy and industrials, utilities. But almost everything big in tech ran today pretty hard. Amazon did really well. Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, obviously. AVGO, ASML, and AMD all doing, phenomenally. Netflix up decent amount, 2%. Microsoft up. If we go over to the S&P, broadly pretty good performance. Even producer manufacturing did okay, and the bump in PMI probably. Energy and minerals kind of flat down on the day. Utilities down. Consumer non-durables not really doing very well. This is because prices are up. Health tech, a bit mixed. Finance, not really going crazy. But yeah, again, most of the performance, retail trade, tech, and electronic tech. So services and technology. So decently supported, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like Dow did all that great. Apple didn't really surge with everything else. And then the Russell 2000s, pretty shitty. Some big gains in tech and tech services. A little bit of health technology. Carvana had a pretty good day. I think they have earnings tonight, right? Carvana? Again, utilities, health services, non-energy minerals, transportation underperforming. Energy minerals, commercial services. That's kind of interesting. All right. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.